Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No! It didn't even like grab me, it just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of his hand now. Holy shit, look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence. Damn it, Jill Dandon! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No! It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of his hand now. Holy shit! Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence. Damn it, Jill Dandon! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No! It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of his hand now. Holy shit! Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence. Damn it, Jill Dandon!
Your Honor, there appears to be a new subscriber.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it. Damn it.
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence. Damn it, Jill Dandon! Hello and welcome. Thank you, Sam, for your resub. I appreciate that.
Thursday,
My dude.
Edgeworth Investigation.
Pop on over here. Happy Thursday, everybody. Oh, it looks like my camera's like a little low. Let me point it up a little bit. There we go. That's better. All right. So it is Ace Attorney Thursdays. I got my beautiful wig on. And we are going to be finishing this game tonight, I believe. So pretty excited for that. I did just realize that I forgot to make sure that my controller worked. But we'll figure that out. It doesn't take very long. But yeah. So, hello. Welcome. It's Thursday. Let's do it. Let's get over there. All right. So we kind of left off in the middle of something here. We were about to get the testimony from someone. Who was it? Do we finish this game tonight? I hope so.
Hey, what's
And
up?
hello, there he is, the man himself. I need to get some more images of you. I have more images of you, and I need to update that. I always forget. Which, yeah, by the way, I did do something today, just because I don't know, thought of it. But I put like a piece of fan art that I made myself in the Domm chat, if you guys want to see it. It's like similar to what Noah did with that one image of all four of us. I tried to look up something like that, and I was like, oh, this one's all right. It looks cute. And so it's in Domm chat if you want to check it out. Howdy, Papa. What's up, dude? So let's see. What happened last time? All right, pardon me. So let's see. Let's recap like the whole case so far. Oh, first of all, I got two sets of music playing. I just realized we're no longer in the chatting screen. There we go. Just one song at a time. Gosh darn. Okay. So the case so far is it's been a long one, so just fucking bear with me, all right? So we find ourselves in the embassy for the former embassy for Cadopia, and now the embassy for Alabast and Babal. And so it was once a country known as Cadopia, and it has been split into two separate countries. And they share the embassy, and they split the building completely in two. So that is the setting. Edgeworth is here with Kay Faraday in order to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Because the Yatagarasu has sent a calling card to the embassy saying that it's going to steal their Prima Du statue, which is this thing right here, this gold guy right here. And sorry, one second. I have my keys in my pocket still. And so Kay wants to come here to confront the fake Yatagarasu, which they believe to be Callisto Yu from that flashback from the last case. And so that's why we're here. And what happens once we're here is we watch a play for that's a Steel Samurai play or whatever. And it turns out, by the way, Larry was playing the Steel Samurai. And there is a fire that breaks out. And when the fire breaks out, Kay springs into action and then tries to head towards the fire because She believes that the Yatagarasu is probably behind it, and she's trying to catch the fake Yatagarasu. So Edgeworth, loses her, and once he finds her, she's been apprehended by Sheena, which is the assistant to Lang, who is a foreign agent who is also here to investigate, especially things that surround the smuggling ring, which it had been found out that Manny Cohen, who is the victim, get to that in a second, in the case. But so, anyways, Kay ends up getting cleared, long story short, of suspicion by Edgeworth, and we end up finding things like the knives, like the knives behind Edgeworth right now, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the most important things. Come on, let's get through it, Domm. I think the important thing is that once we cleared K, we went over to the Alabast side, and we found out there was another murder over there, and it was actually a thief known as Mas Damask, but it was actually like an imposter, I guess, of Mas Damask, was Damask II. And so there was another murder there, so that's going to be important for tonight. And what we found out was there was a revolving fireplace in there, and so we found that out because Larry was trying to sneak down the fireplace like Santa Claus to go see Wendy Oldbag. He didn't know it was Wendy, but he was trying to sneak into a girl's room, and because of the way the smoke worked and which fireplace was lit, we found out that the fireplaces actually have like revolving doors back behind them, which is super weird. Anyways, but that's important because once we get through clearing Larry of any suspicion, because he becomes the suspect because he was trying to crawl through a fucking chimney, which is pretty sus. We end up having to figure out, what did we end up figuring out next? We ended up like figuring out that the Yatagarasu had showed themselves earlier in the day, and that so people thought the Yatagarasu was there, but it was actually like a series of like statues and lights that made it look like the Yatagarasu was there. And that led us back over to the Babal side. I'm trying to remember why though. Oh, okay, now I remember why. So after we cleared Larry of suspicion, what we found out was underneath the Primadou statue was Manny Cohen's hand. Manny Cohen was a secretary for the ambassador of Babal, and he was also the guy who was killed and Kay was accused of murdering. So his handprint was underneath this statue, meaning that he had swapped the statues. And so we ended up finding out from the ambassador that indeed Babal had the fake statue, because I guess I didn't mention earlier, but the reason why the statues existed and there was a whole event here at the embassy this day was that they were going to figure out who had the real statue, and then we're going to end up coming back together to form Kadopia again, which is, it sounds like a pretty cool thing to do. So that's what led us back over to Babal, because Manny had been the one that had swapped them. So we learned all of that, and then we figured out, since we figured out about the fireplace on the Alabast side, we figured out that they're a mirror image of each other, the buildings are, and so there's one on this side too, and so that ended up leading us to some conclusions, just trying to skip ahead here a little bit, that the person who was the person who we thought was the Yatagarasu running from K was actually Sheena. And so Sheena had been in the room when Manny died, and probably the killer, I guess, is what we think, and then escaped through the fireplace, and then came back around and then captured Kay, acting like she had just caught her or whatever, but she had really just swept back around, took her jacket off, because we ended up proving that we found her jacket that had the soot and the ink on it that was in the fireplace, yada yada. So that's something that was like sort of the climax of last week. Let's see. So some really big stuff we figured out with that as well. So after we found out that Sheena was the Yatagarasu, that also led us to figure out that she is also Callisto Yu. So they were both the same person. So we ended up getting her in cuffs and getting her out of there. And we found out that also the way the Yatagarasu worked was there was actually a group of people the entire time. And so this was not the fake Yatagarasu, but Callisto is actually the real Yatagarasu, but so was Kay's father, and so was Detective Bad. They were all together, like a group of people that made up the Yatagarasu, and that's why they could always be like a step ahead, because there were 3 people. And so, but I think Callisto did turn on her father and then kill him, like what's his name? I can't remember his first name, but Faraday, Mr. Faraday. She turned on him or whatever. I think as he was like starting to like have second thoughts about the whole thing. I can't remember exactly what the details were, but either way, that's kind of how it works out. She was the one that killed him, and yeah, so she was the real Yatagarasu, and Kay was mistaken because Kay thought her dad was the only one, and so that made her like the inheritor of it, but Kay is actually the fake Yatagarasu. Sorry, girl. Because she doesn't actually steal anything. She says she's going to steal the truth, but she doesn't actually steal anything. She just has a really cool gadget that her dad made called Little Thief. Anyways, so, but that wasn't the end of it. So we figured that out and everything, but Callisto still said she wasn't the person who killed these people. It's like she didn't kill Damask nor Manny. I think she was saying she didn't kill anybody. So that leaves us with trying to figure out who the fuck killed these people. So that's where we're at now, and we're having to like readdress each of the crime scenes and trying to figure out who could have possibly been the actual murderer. So now that leads us to the fact that we are in the Alabas side, in the ambassador's office, and we're about to get a testimony, but I can't remember from who. But we will find out. But basically, that's sort of as much of the stage as I can set. So without further ado, let us continue with the testimony. Welcome, Crispy. Thank you for there's such an early zoom. Oh, is my hair all right? Oh, am I okay? Am I beautiful? All right, let's get going. I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Oh, we're getting Lang's testimony? Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was Lang? No way, dude. Would Lang do that? Maybe Lang hates the frickin' flawless, as with flawless. Maybe Lang hates the, what is it called? I keep forgetting the word, smugglers so bad he killed them? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? All right. Without further ado. All right, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, or maybe it's not Lang. I don't remember who it is. Now place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! As you wish. Who is it? Oh, Von Karma. What? I did not remember us trying to give Von Karma's testimony. Okay, interesting. What are we trying to get out of this? Wasn't he shot? Not gonna get that treated? Oh, yeah, he was shot, but he's too much of a badass, right? Isn't that like the whole point? He came back like moments later and he's like, nah, I'm all right. I don't give a shit. We gotta see this through. I mean, he's a Lang, dude. He's at the point where we can be redeemed. He's sort of redeeming himself, possibly. He has the opportunity to. And so let's let him be a little badass. You know what I mean? And see if that can't help us end up getting him on the good side and making us like him a little bit. How's that? But yeah, he definitely was shot. You remember correctly. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabas embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Being shot in the leg is no big deal. You can't bleed out or anything. Yeah, if you just strap it up, get like a tourniquet on it or whatever, you're fine, right? Francesca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. Didn't have my inner voice ready. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francesca about her testimony in more detail. Okay, I'm not sure what we're on about, Esworth. I gotta say, I'm not really up on this, dude. Oh man, we got 2 of them in a row. It didn't get the second one though. Oh no, Papa got the first one there. Nice. Bam, bam. Pew, pew. I don't have an asset for that. Do we have a good asset for when you take them down? How about this one? Objection! There you go. Fuck yeah. Objection to those guys. Fuck them. Oh, they didn't even make it up here. Did they get like deleted from here? Did they ever show up here? That's awesome that they never showed up on the screen. Hell yeah. Fuck bots, dude. I don't want to buy no followers. Who wants to buy followers? That's ridiculous, dude. What a ridiculous concept. What happened? I was getting a naughty cat out of my room. Oh, there was 2 people who came in, 2 bots or whatever came in saying, buy followers and primes and subs. Yeah, Papa hammers some bots. Yeah, I was thinking I need like an asset for that. Just be like, fucking get on, bots. Gotta make something like that. Oh, Crispy, did you check out the Discord? I made a little picture there I thought you might appreciate. Another iteration of Domm-chan. Sorry, I didn't mean to smack my mouth. I know that can be really loud. Alright, here we go.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. If I could fucking speak.
Now we gotta press. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it. Hold it. Confetti. Cockpit. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. Son of a bitch. Alright, let me make sure that my default audio device is set to this microphone before we continue making a fool of myself. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be. I wonder... Yeah, no, that's good. Nasty Nat. Go check that out. Nasty Nat. I haven't seen the Nat tonight. We'll see. Nat Jr. might be about. I forgot. You know what? That reminds me, Crispy. I was gonna get the stickers going, and I did not do that today. I was too busy working on that little picture. Anyways, we gotta press this anyways. Hold it! Confetti! Spaghetti! Cockpit! Damn it. I was clicking it. Come on, edgy boy. Can't hear me? I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Otago Rasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police security detail. I did all that. And then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Hold it! Confetti! Cockpit! Spaghetti! Brown Betty! It's just not working with me tonight. Hold it! Yes! So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show.
Well, yes. So Francesca was there.
Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked upon the security situation.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Confetti! Spaghetti! Brown Betty! Cockpit. Why is nothing working tonight? Hold it's the only thing that's working tonight. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Oh my gosh, dude. What is the difference between like tonight and any other night? I don't get it. What the fuck, dude? Why did you need to confirm the degree of participation for even the speech? Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation? Why did I say participation? You fucking idiot. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason would I have had? No one knew just how the Atagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. Maybe you have to use a Japanese accent? Hold it. I don't think I want to do that. And in the end, the Atagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use such a shadow? Or she used just a shadow. Is that what it was? Use a shadow? Calm down, Francesca. Sorry, just trying to make a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Hold it! Come on. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! How do you want me to say it? Cockpit! Confetti! Spaghetti! Brown Betty! Oh, there, Brown Betty got it. At that time, Damas II's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box in the windowsill watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
All right then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Are we finally going to use the flowers on the windowsill as a piece of evidence? We've had that for so long. Hold it! Cockpit! Confetti! Spaghetti! Brown Betty! Brown Betty! Hold it! Hold it! Fucking shit, dude. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on the side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for Ambassador Alba is not, or fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and his growing them is
and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
Ah, but there are only 3. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is.
I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in the full bloom in the flower box.
See, I'm pretty sure what he's getting at here. Let's double check real quick. But I think there's only 3 of them. Oh, there's only 2 of them. 2 large flowers. See? Contradiction. But we gotta press first, right? Because that's one of my rules. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti. One for confetti there. It's like it gets used to my voice every time we start. Like it's hard at first and then it gets easier. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes. I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to this statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The primitive statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francesca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance.
So it means that 2 of them were taken out. That's why the 2 are so spread apart, right? So maybe that's where the statue had traveled. Because we had determined that there was a picture that was taken. To go over some more of the evidence that we have. Let's see, we should still have that here. Yeah, there was a picture that was taken. There was the photo of the Tagarasu. So what we had figured out last week, or we've thought about last week, I guess you could say, is that this is not the Yatagarasu. This is one of the statues in that's wrapped up in a cloth, and someone chucked it across the one embassy to another, and that's how they made part of the switch. So I guess Manny must have been involved in that because his hand's on the bottom of one of them. But yeah, I think this is going to be leading to that, I assume, because one of the statues is in here, so they had to bring it in here, right? Statue is the murder. It's the statue. Better call it in the whodunit. We got a whodunit game. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Boom, for anybody who might be out there and want to know what I'm talking about when I say that. Whodunit? Go for it. Alright, so now we want to present that on her final statement, I assume. I am going to guess. Alright, we're going to present. Alright, going to try to present this. Objection! 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 Come on, this one usually works pretty well. Objection! 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 Am I not saying it right? The more I say it, the more it seems like it's not even a word. Objection! 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 It's am I too hot on the mic? Objection! Objection! I don't... Whatever, dude. You say it, Edgeworth. For fuck's sake, dude. It does not like my voice tonight. Francesca. For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it. I knew he could trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth! What are you What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Ugh.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
This is the thing that goes wrong today? What do you mean? Oh, I know what you mean. Out of all the stuff in the stream, guess something always goes wrong. Do you know what also goes wrong is my eyes are watering. I put some like eye cream on today, and it's just like, oh my god, it makes my eyes water sometimes. I'm just gonna, whew, eye watering attack. Maybe I put a little too much on. I don't know. Whew. Ah. All right, read the words, Domm. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answers to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. Someone get Domm a tissue. I got the vapors.
How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I too have grown a flower or two. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Oh, this is suspicious. There's a butterfly here.
The name of these flowers, I believe they are called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already.
I suppose I'll need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I?
Show evidence. I don't have evidence to show. Do I? What evidence would I have to show here? Is it these? Hair sticks with candy stripe pattern on them. There is some dirt on the tips because these are the supports. So there were two other flowers. That's the only thing I could think. Which I just remembered those as I saw them. But Sheena had them, received from Miss Sheena, see? So, or Callisto, if you will, or the Yatagarasu. Pick one. So we'll go with that. We'll see if we do have evidence, and we'll try the hair sticks. We'll save before we do that. Save. And then we'll pick show evidence.
I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in that face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Oh shit. The truth that they reveal? Okay, it sounds like we don't have evidence. I thought we were going to try to say evidence that there were 4 of them, because these definitely seem like the sticks that were with them, so I'm going to go ahead and stick to the plan, but I'm not as confident anymore. Oh, my eyes are watering. I think it's these fans I got in front of me that are doing it. What's that? Air. Ugh.
Present. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her.
Okay, seems promising.
That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality
Support sticks for the passion flowers.
I think I'll miss when the streams start this early. Oh, because you guys are gonna have like your daylight savings or something? Is that what you mean, Crispy? Because I think you guys have it at a different time than we do, right? I remember us talking about that before, I think.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It was a piece of evidence, after all. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Yeah.
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabasta. But somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife in the statue.
Huh. Very well, then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in the ball.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why.
You should let me know, Edgeworth, because I'm in your head, but I guess I wasn't in that part of your head. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
Huh. It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they were used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. Oh, is it the crossbow, I guess? Are they bolts? And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is a save. I can only think of it as a crossbow bolt, I guess. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. I gotta move these fans. My eyes are watering, dude. Oh. Bass steaks. I like my medium rare. They're vampire steaks, dude. For steak and vampires. All right, let's try this.
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows, or it would be bolts, probably, right?
Yeah!
I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
Border Crossing Part 2.
So Babal's statue was draped in the Atagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadew statues didn't sprout wings. God damn it. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
So were they used to, like, shoot a zip line from one end to the other? I don't know, maybe. The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary in this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. They were quantum entangled with the arrows and swapped places once the arrows reached the other side. Fuck yeah, dude, that sounds badass. I'm down for that. Sounds like some fucking Outer Wilds shit, dude. Which I need to play that expansion still, by the way. I need to... God So many games I gotta put on my fucking schedule, dude. You gotta get Stray in here ASAP as well. I gotta play kitty game. Border Crossing Part 2.
So the ball statue was draped in the Atagarazu's clothes and then shot over here. Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty.
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
Ha! Now what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right?
Yes, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Yeah, Lada, I get what you're saying, like. That definitely sounds like Lada. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many times in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you ever had stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
Ha! You really believe that stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired an arrow from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. Hold it! Confetti! Spaghetti! Brown Betty!
Gus says this photo was Lada, but for whatever reason they couldn't use her name. Oh yeah, it's definitely Lada because we saw her. And it was her. Like you see her in the lobby at the very beginning of the case, and you know, full afro and everything, and she's quoted at one point, and it's like a heavy like southern accent, so it's definitely Lana. But yeah, for some reason you're right, they don't use her name, and I don't know why, but it's definitely Lana though. I didn't see that. Oh yeah, I recognize her right away, dude. I remember walking over to her because it wouldn't let us talk to her, but there is one moment where she's in the lobby and you can like walk over to her or whatever, but I think she might say something but she doesn't talk to Edgeworth. I was like, oh man, I want to talk to Lana, dude. I don't know why they didn't bother writing Lana into it if she's here and she actually, like, her photo is used and everything. But that's why I think he also alludes to saying, like, the photo of giant creatures or whatever, because that case in Phoenix Wright or whatever. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself could reach the other side, correct?
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they have wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It is the launching of my conclusions.
Wait, it's not further discussion of his conclusions, but the launching of my conclusions? I mean, I think I see what he's saying, but it's just kind of weird.
What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Like a rope or some shit.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? Hold it!
Oh, nice. We got one. The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer.
Well, come on then. Show me what you've got. But I'll warn you, I'll know when you're bluffing.
This is what launched from the Alabastian office with the crossbow. Is it the guitar pick? I mean, fuck, I don't know. This doesn't seem obvious to me. Do we have, like, rope as, like, an option? Oh, the wire. I forgot, we did have the wire. It's definitely this, right? We'll save here anyways, but, I mean, it's definitely this. I'm pretty fucking sure, dude. Take that. Oh, I didn't even try that one. Finally. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
Ha! I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cohen's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Primadou's statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primadou statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of the gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that?
Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works.
Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Motion? What motion?
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primadou statue. This is the motion? Rotary motion, swinging motion, bungee action. Bungee action, bruh. You want to get some fucking bungee action right now, dude? Let's save. Okay. I don't understand how it would be rotary motion. Something spinning? Swinging motion, maybe as the line was pulled back. And it could have been like swinging by. Does that maybe that's how it got as low as it needed to cross the rose garden? Bungee action? A wire wouldn't even have bungee action, right? So I think it has to be a swinging motion. I think. I'm gonna go with the swinging. The complicated 3-pulley system using rotary stepper motors in a winding winch. Yeah, there you go. You think they had room for all that? It was all hidden inside the grandfather clock. Make sure you're going to have to calculate the physics. Oh, please don't do that, dude. All right, we're trying swinging motion. A swinging motion was employed.
Ha! You sure thought that one through, Mr. Prosecutor, because if they used that, the statue would swing right into the building's wall.
Ah. He does have me there.
Okay, so that wasn't it.
For shame, you should sign yourself up for grade school physics for not realizing that.
Nah. Well, what's the matter with it hitting the wall? I don't understand why there's a problem.
I'm at a loss for words to that. I am at a loss for words to that. I need to calm down and think through this once more. There is only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up.
Then rotary, I guess. Fuck. What's something? Somehow it's spinning? I don't understand. I'm gonna load back. And try rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously.
Simultaneously? Get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of the wire tied to it, a circular belt could be formed. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Ling Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Primadou statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that the Babal statue is a hollow replica of the real statue. It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Every time I do the vacuuming, there is a massacre afterwards. I go out into the living room and there's orange hair everywhere. Well, how does that happen? Does the cat just go fucking crazy or what? Damn, dog.
Ling Z says,
How?
Here is what I believe happened. Is this really what okay, this was really the right answer. It was rotary. Okay, what the fuck, dude? I don't understand what that's all about. Sebastian and Chippy play rough. Oh, okay. That's the massacre. There was a firefight. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the two rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Ha! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I am not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence.
One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well, then let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
Ah, and it wasn't into that one. I couldn't figure that out. QED.
Warning.
Oh, hey!
Warning.
We're getting raided!
Raid
Oh,
incoming.
welcome in, everyone!
Prepare for awesome and hype.
Welcome, Raiders!
Hype.
Let's get the kids cheering, too. Come on, kids.
Welcome, Raiders.
Oh, does that one not play? It's just, okay. I guess I didn't fix the kids cheering. My bad. Welcome in, Indigo Panther and Raiders. Welcome. Crispy, show me your evidence. Unzips. Zip. Well, welcome in. What were you playing? Streaming some Fall Guys. Oh, nice. Cool. Did you get any wins? Any crowns or anything tonight? Abbreviation for the Latin phrase, quo etra demonstratum, written or said after an argument to show that you have proved something that you wanted to prove. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thanks for looking that up, Papa. Hey, how's it going? No wins. I'm not good yet. Oh, it's a difficult game. I hear you. I don't think I've ever won it, to be honest, but I get too frustrated and I just stop. Did you fall? Probably. I imagine there's some falling involved. Well, I hope you had a good time, at least. We're having a good time in here. We're just finishing up the last part of the final case in this game. So then if it's early enough tonight, we will be continuing on into the sequel, the fan-translated sequel. So I'm pretty excited for that. I felt lots and got hit with things. Yeah, that sounds like Fall Guys for sure. Well, welcome in, Panther. I'm glad that you brought in your peeps and that you had a good stream. So if you need to go take a break, I totally understand. But we're glad to hang out with you. Thanks for the raid.
All right, here we go. Well, then let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that is right here in this very room.
Oh shit, what is it?
Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Like the fucking ceiling fan? I mean, it's a rotary thing. It rotates. I don't know what else would do it. I mean, besides there's the crossbow, but I think we've already gone over that, right? I think this must be the only, I don't know, this is the only thing I could think of, so I'm gonna save. And we'll try that.
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick are two pulleys.
Precisely. the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. I doubt it would hold the weight of an adult, but, well, it's not holding the weight of an adult. It's holding the weight of a statue. Because it wasn't that Yatagarasu that went by. It was the statue. So, it's, yeah, it doesn't have to hold the body. So, it is a little more believable, but I still, like, I'm still not with it, but, yeah.
This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
The light fake statue. Well, one of them was the light fake statue. I think that's the one that was on top because it was going up. And so the one on bottom was the real statue, which was heavy, and so it kind of would have sagged if it was on top, and it would have hit the other one. So, yeah, both of them technically.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up the real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babalese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows.
The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in.
Dude, it's so funny how like confident they are, and I'm just like, dude, I'm not confident in what I'm not following. Gonna grab some food and chill. Sounds good. Sounds good. Enjoy. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to these mysterious mastermind, who the mysterious mastermind is. A piece of evidence that will point us to who the mastermind is. Oh lordy, this guitar pick. We haven't used that one yet. The samurai dogs. The videotape. What the fuck's the videotape? Evidence from the KG8 footage showing Cohen's entering the KG8 incident crime scene. I don't think we've used this one yet, but I don't know how that would. Let's check it. It just shows these two. Wow, this video shows two images. That's an advanced video, dude. There's a piece of evidence. We haven't used the guitar pick yet, but I don't know how that would help. Found on the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. It's also wet. Why is it so wet, dude? Fucking disgusting. There's notes on Cohen's body. Dude, I don't know. I feel like it would be the guitar pick just because we haven't used it yet, but honestly, that's not a very good connection. I'm gonna look up a hint. I love that music. Alright, let's see. There we go. Rotary motion, ceiling fan. Okay, so here's where I'm at. Oh, here's an interesting note here. If you run out of logic here, which I guess is what that green bar is, Lang arrests Francesca as he's tired of waiting for everyone to solve this case. That's funny. So he just straight up just arrests her. Oh, okay. I wouldn't have thought that. Okay. I didn't read too much after, but what we're supposed to present here is the crossbow arrows. This is the thing. So the logic here, from the little bit I skimmed there, is that, or must be at least, that because the old man used these specific sticks as supports for the flowers and grew those flowers and had them there, that he was planting them the entire time. Like, this is like been a very long con because he's been growing these plants or whatever, using these things, and so that's why it's him, I guess, or it must be. I didn't read that far, but if we're presenting this, like, who else would it be but him, right? Very logical, right? There you go, Crispy. All right, let's see. Present. Take that! Oh, there we go. Sweet, it worked. First try. This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the passion flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quirkus Alba. Quirkus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that?
This is what I'm gonna guess. I think Kirkus. Yeah, it could be Kirkus. Yeah. I think maybe he was trying to make it look like, because he had Mandy Cohen's fingerprints on it, right? So maybe those were planted, and then they were swapping them so that he could frame them as having swapped them for the real one. Because in that swap, he would be like giving up the real one for the fake one. So I think he was trying to frame them so that they wouldn't bring Kadopia back to life and they wouldn't come back together. That's my guess. Is that he was trying to, like, yeah, frame them and give himself a reason to be the good guy and not do it. Because everybody probably wants to come back together, I guess. Anyways, that's my guess. So yeah, why in the world would you need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything.
Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Oh shit. What piece of evidence, dude? Talk related to the smuggling, Babalu's Inc. Is it the videotape now? Is it the guitar pick? When do we use the guitar string? I don't know, dude. My logic muscles just aren't working tonight or something, dude. Okay, like I get why they want to do this next. Okay, I guess I didn't know that's what it's trying to tell me to do. So that's just my bad, I guess. But it wants to look at the alabaster statue because it was what was like. Why would we want to get rid of it? Like, why would that guy want to get rid of it? And so it's part of like what I just said. I'm gonna assume, in that he was trying to like frame them or something. So let's present this. Mouse could dry. I'm gonna need to go. Need some more water. Hello? Hello? Shyla, are you there? Can you hear me? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. My eyes keep watering tonight, and I don't know why. Oh, I think it's because I put some eye cream on, to be honest, but I have the vapors. You can see me, yay! Oh shit, were you in the Shadow Realm? Uh-oh. There's like, sometimes it happens to people randomly, but they'll just like not, like none of their text will come up or something. It's weird. I've been trying to chat, I've missed you guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Charlotte, I'm sorry that it does that. It's so weird. Like, the only thing I've ever been able to read online is that it's like, it's actually called like shadow ban, and it's like a it's like a temporary thing if you get too many strikes, is what I've heard, but you haven't gotten any strikes, not here on my channel, so I don't know why it would have happened. But yeah, either way, we called it the Shadow Realm, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Just, if you let us know in the Discord, I mean, I can't do anything about it, but at least I can know that you're trying, and we can respond and say that we're sorry that we can't talk to you. But it's usually temporary from what we've seen. I got the chat button locked a few times. I was like, what, am I banned? Yeah, it's weird. It's like the streamer has no part in it, which is really kind of annoying to me. Like, don't have a tool like that. Like, if that's a real thing, because honestly, I don't know that was like from Twitch. I think that was like people talking about it on Reddit. So for all I know, that's just a bunch of hearsay or whatever. But, you know, I'm just trying to make sense of it, because we've definitely seen it happen to a few people before. So I'm sorry that happened to you. I am actually a troller when you're not streaming, and I got banned. Even trolling other channels and got shadow banned from Twitch. It's only happened on my tablet, so I don't know. Yeah, see, it might just be like the app screwing up or something at that point too. You know, it's hard to know, and sometimes it could just be your browser screwing up. Yeah, it's weird though. But yeah, I've definitely heard that happen, and yeah, we're not ignoring you. Sorry, I'll never ignore you. All right. I would fully understand the reasoning in the situation been the reverse, or had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadou statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadou himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. So that's why he was such a stickler on nobody touching it. Because like we had originally asked if we could look at the statue, and he still said no, and then we just looked at it anyways, and then we found the handprint. And so yeah, he's never wanted us to look at it. So then now looking back, I can see that's like kind of sus action, isn't it? Not so cool, dude. All right, we're looking at the statue now. What's the button? There we go. So here's the handprint I was talking about. These are Mr. Cohen's fingerprints. The fact that they are on here suggests that the statue once belonged to Babal.
So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabaster, huh?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in?
What other thing do we need to examine here, dude?
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of the neck. It looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open a statue with this gap in its construction. Hey, it's Flag! Yeah, long time no see, bud. How you been, dude? Good to see you.
What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles. All right, here it goes.
Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's that thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this? Hey, Indigo just gifted a sub, and Hardcore Casual got it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Panther. Thank you. That is so sweet of you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know what? I want to give a little extra. Let's do a little confetti as well. Yay! Thank you, Panther. Been good. Just been busy with work going crazy. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully, maybe you're making a little bit more money. You know, maybe with some overtime or something. Hopefully it hasn't been too bad, at least, dude. But yeah, we're glad to see you, dude. Welcome back in.
Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled is an alabast to begin with. Counterfeit plate data jotted down in my organizer. The primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask II Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? Oh my god, Dom, so on my phone tonight, because I have not gotten internet at the new place, I haven't been able to refer back your message or message you on Discord because my data is a little bitch. Oh, okay. Well, as soon as I get my internet at my new place, I will message you about some ideas I have. Okay, cool, sounds good, awesome. Sorry for the paragraph of time. Oh, no problem at all, yeah. I just appreciate you letting me know, absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to working with you on that.
You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. And it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed Damask II? Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cohen. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt on to a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Kirkus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
Huh?
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
My data froze the stream in the middle of you reading my message. What did you say after my data's a little bitch? Oh, I was just saying that I thank you for letting me know that that was you know, the situation or whatever, and I look forward to working with you. But it's like no rush. I understand that you're transitioning and everything, but yeah, just glad you let me know. I'm excited. Sorry, I froze on you. That sucks. That sounds annoying. Still waiting on the internet. Hopefully you get some good internet too. Sucks when you have a shitty internet, brother. Oh shit, I missed that first part.
It's so that I could seek my fangs over. The reason why I came back is so that I could seek my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
Yeah, there you go. Calling the murder right at the end. I love it.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident has been meticulously planned to prepare for. So naturally, the occupants of this room, Ambassador Alva, seem the most suspicious.
Whatever, Lang. Whatever said in the guy that you would definitely have fucking arrested Francesca. So don't give me that shit. That's hilarious. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for understanding. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what you come up with. But yeah, no problemo. I get it.
But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francesca of the murder. Using Francesca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Yeah, if I had done that, I doubt this ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis.
What is the way he uses sis is so weird.
But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insecure display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like for you I would like first to see some things you call evidence.
Something evidence. I feel like that's what I did just now. It's funny. I had 20 tabs open to clear my cache, not realizing that they would be lost. Oh no! Yeah, I know what I've done to save tabs is, at least on the Microsoft Chrome browser, I know you can pin tabs. I guess I don't know about mobile, because I think you're on mobile, right? But I know you can pin tabs on the browser on PC, and then it brings everything back. I have a few things I keep pinned all the time.
I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know what a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense?
Damn it, fucking Nat Jr. Fuck you, dude. Get out of here. I should have saved the ones needed, but I get lazy sometimes. Hey, no, I get you. I get you. Here, I'm gonna go turn my AC up a little bit. This outfit's getting a little warm right now. Hear me. There we go. Shut up a little bit.
Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. How did he do that?
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open?
Perhaps.
Perhaps the guitar pick.
Just one guitar pick or something. The trump card in the videotape.
With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away secretly. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Ah, shit.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to go outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yataga Ross. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? I want to pursue the truth, and I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I'll lose the truth. What is the law, and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now.
Oh shit, dude. The fucking stakes are on the line, dude. Use the trump card, don't use the trump card. I mean, we're gonna use it because we want to follow the truth, right? Because that's the whole point of this whole fucking game is to follow the truth. Truth, truth, truth. We've been saying it the whole time. So we're gonna use the trump card. Right? Right? Here we go.
There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show.
Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
No, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cohen.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Atagarasu.
The Atagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
Fucking Nat Jr. The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented.
The prey the Yataga roster has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
So wait, what's happening now? What was that transition? And so now we're in the Theatrum Neutralis? Okay, alright.
So what is this interesting thing that you've wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized.
Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's because the VHS is out here. Okay, I get it. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggler. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay the order. I mean, he has it in his hand, right? So that's what we're gonna point to. Right. Dude, it's so hard to get right on it. There. As you can see, Mr. Cohen is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Okay. What are we? The blood? Blood? This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim in the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment. It's an official Cadopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you would please magnify the footage. Zoom and enhance. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring to Cadopia. So whatever that is. This links it to Cadopia. I think I see a symbol right there. You say? This section will make it all clear to us. I guess not. Yeah. Okay, it must just be the guy then. Maybe I'm overcomplicating things here. This person. Why did I need to point that out? No? Okay, so what is special about this then? This area of the footage directly leads to the smuggling ring in Cadobia. The smuggling ring. It wasn't the man sitting there and it's not that symbol on the back. What else is unique about this photo? It's springing this shit on me. It's the thing in his pocket? What? Hold on, let me look at this logic here real quick. I don't really understand the logic here, but it's the card in his pocket, but I don't. Okay. Is that supposed to be, it's just like, it doesn't really look very detailed. This looks just like a pocket napkin or whatever, tissue. Huh. The shape of this pocket and the directives card is. It tells us that without a doubt, this person is in this car is Mr. Cohen. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Oh, he's going evil mode on us. What the fuck?
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, you claim that I was riding in the car all that time.
About your claim that I was riding the car.
That's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist.
Nah, that's arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
This is when I use that, because that's the reflection of the metal that he's fucking with on his chest. What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now, I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
Whoa!
This nose should have grown, like Pinocchio.
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. Looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
I wish law shows were like this. It's great. Yeah, I know. I love Phoenix Wright, or Ace Attorney, I should say. That's why I'm just like so dedicated to playing these games now.
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damascus II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense.
Damascus II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I've not given you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof it was in self-defense. I'm an old man. Sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But Damas II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on. There's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador.
I don't want to show it off. Poses. Right? He definitely poses like he really wanted to show it off. I was expecting it to be on his like butt cheek or something, you know what I mean?
This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
No way!
Oh, which reminds me. I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
Claudius, those star medals are actually nothing more than gold stars his former teachers gave him as a kid. Gold star for you. And he keeps it his whole life. Hey, what's up, Whack Frost? Welcome in. Looks like you're a first-time chatter. Would love to get a first-time chatter. How are you, man? Welcome in. I guess you're a fan of the Ace Attorney series. I guess I can assume that since you're here. Welcome in.
Everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of the Master Second was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Ace Attorney 7 win, Capcom? Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm still working through them, but they can come out with as many as they want. I want as much content as I can. Yeah, this is the fourth one I played, because we played through the original trilogy that they came out with on Steam, and then I'm trying to go in chronological order from that. And so now we're on Ace Attorney Investigations, and then we're going to go on to Investigations 2 after this. So I'm pretty excited for. I got the fan translated version of it or whatever. So should be pretty cool.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
Ah! Ugh. That's what you mean.
Wait, what's it? Extraterritoriality? Whoa. It's because we're in another country, I guess is what he's saying.
Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what's his Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effectively even on our country's soil, therefore. No matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak of so seriously. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. This is why we had to have an entirely separate game just for him.
If the next Capcom announcement is just them porting the 3DS games into PlayStation, I'm Orion, yeah. Yeah, the next one's just going to be, oh, we just remastered Edgeworth Investigations, or have they remastered the, what's his face yet? Apollo Justice ones yet? I can see them doing that or something. How long ago did the last one come out? I guess I don't even know that, to be honest. Isn't it like the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is the last one? Is that right? Is that one of the newest ones? I'm not sure when those came out last. Where was I? Okay.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do?
Oh shit, to be continued.
And we saving. All right, this is, I think, a good point for me to go get some more water and take a restroom break. So yeah, we'll BRB here after we get set up here for just a couple minutes. So, you know, if you guys want to go get something to drink, get a little snack, whatever, get up to stretch, now would be a really good time. So we'll be right back after this, guys. Don't go away.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it. Damn it.
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence.
Damn it, Diddle Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it. Damn it.
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence.
Damn it, Jill Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence. Alright, I'm back. Damn you, Diddle Dandon! You son of a bitch. Alright, just gotta turn that up a little bit. So, yeah, we're back, and we're gonna be continuing on with some Ace Attorney. I think we have 2 sections left in this case. Or are we already on the second to last here? Yeah, we still got 2 sections left. So we still got a chunk of this left, to be honest. So there's still some twists and turns. Let's do it! March 15th, 2 o'clock in the morning. Theatre Neutralis lobby. Get my pedal close to me for my inner voice here.
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
That's a big word for come to be saying. Yes, and there was nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
Healing. Gumshoe learned a new word. Yeah, I did.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he didn't tell us earlier to get out of the theater. Or and he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess.
I mean, is the Theatre Neutralis their country, technically?
but I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What?
Wrong voice. Did I use that other voice earlier? Did I just
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone! We can't give up yet.
Okay. Okay. Like, okay.
I want you to find out, or I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
All right, see you, Gumshoe. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Okay.
Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit more housekeeping.
Passion flowers data erased from my organizer.
Begin investigation.
Yeah, let's go find the stinkiest garbage we can. Ah, hell yeah. Agitated Alba. I sense that there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated.
Oh, yes, he seemed quite agitated.
I wonder why.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself is extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder Damas II. Murder Damas II. Run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cohen and Babal.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Oh, I thought he was gonna say more. We can nullify either one of them. Okay, got it. Let's look around. Examine this. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai.
Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
The only thing I see is the Alabastian symbol, flower symbol. Right here, right? It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. Sound like some sort of botanist. Disgusting.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one. I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Okay, so I need to deduce the flower handle, because it looks like maybe the handle to the dagger, maybe. Oh, I'm looking at the face of the Steel Samurai. There's that troublemaker standing there smacking. They're smack in the center, making 2 peace signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the 2 ambassadors in this picture. Oh, hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Fuck Larry. Alright, let's see. What other stuff can we look at? Alba?
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now. Stay in the now, okay? Stay in the now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Mr. Polano has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kadopia again.
Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who is always thinking of his country is really to be admired.
Yeah. Although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well. But for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadopia are locked away.
And we will!
Oh, hell yeah. We're looking at the flowers that the Plano has. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile.
Wow. I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you could smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Oh, nice one. Nice one, Ishmael. Alright, so we're going to have to juice. So we're going to save here real quick. Boom. And we are going to deduce. Is this spot somehow connected? I'm not sure. I feel like it's this. Oh, this is missing a petal. Do I have anything else that has that flower on it? Oh, is that what this guitar pick is? Is it one of the flower petals from the knife? Does it go on the knife? Right here? It does look like one of those petals. Does the other side have both? Have all of them? Yeah, it has all of them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and submit this. Dude, what is with those tonight? Oh, the Automod got that one. Okay, cool. Automod got it. But what is with the bots tonight, dude? So many of my first-time chatters are bots. Thank you, Whack Frost, for being the one real person tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you, dude. All right, we're gonna present this. Let's see if we can shout it out. Eureka! 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 Alright, fuck it, dude. Eureka! Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabaster is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling about to yourself? Wait, what? The handle on his knife. Ah!
Yes, there's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cohen. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Australis. And the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. There we go, we found it. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Oh! And take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Okay. I think we're done with this then. Flowers was sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received flowers from the ambassadors.
There are so many bouquets here. It's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. Oh, okay. Now I see what you meant. Man, that really stumped me. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. Okay. I wasn't sure how to emphasize the sentence.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay, then. This event was supposed to be for the remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that. I think I'm just ready to logic stuff now. I think that picture was the only thing I needed. All right, let's do some mother flipping logic. All right, agitated Alba. Cohen's counterfeiting up. Renovations. I don't know if anything really connects that much. We'll save and we'll try some stuff at least. We'll try connecting these two. Anything there? Okay, fair enough. Cohen's counterfeiting up in the renovations. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Babalese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place, or get rid of it all.
Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cohen was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Okay, let's take a look at our options here. Who was the most to the gain? The one with the most to gain because of the renovations? I don't know. Alba somehow? I'm not sure. Who had the most? Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Definitely not Polano. Like, he didn't really have anything to gain here at all, right? Manny Cohen was apparently going to die in this whole situation, so it has to be Alba, right? Because he just said, like, it was a part of the plan to kill Manny. So, it's got to be Alba, right? He is, like, the bad guy, the ringleader. So, yeah, right? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cohen. Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for the smuggling onto Cohen. Okay, so agitated Alba, motive to kill Cohen. Nat Jr., get out of here! Oh, sorry, here's the logic screen. I think we should be able to connect this now. Get out of here, Nat! Stop, dude. Just get out. Son of a bitch. You get him? No. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation. The rotten treasure we may find. And the motive for killing Mr. Cohen. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cohen was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cohen was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cohen pushing really hard for Mr. Plano to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadu's statue.
So Mr. Cohen hired Dabas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cohen?
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cohen's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right. And that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cohen was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cohen. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... Okay, show me the map now. I guess in Theatra Neutralis? It'd be the only place that they would both end up being at? It seems like the only options are either Embassy or Theatra Neutralis. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... I mean, the body was in the Embassy of Ball, so that could be like the obvious answer, but I'm thinking the murder happened somewhere else and then he placed the body there? Oh, man, I don't know. Let's go with where the body was. We'll try Babal first. We saved, right? We'll save again. Here we go. Let's try it. That's where the body was, so wouldn't that be likely? This area is rather suspicious, don't you think?
You really think so? Because I don't see anything odd about it at all.
Alright. So maybe it was Theatra Neutralis then. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatra Neutralis. Okay, so I was right. This one is tough. Yeah, they keep doing like a lot of like weird stuff. Maybe it would be easier if I still had it all fresh in my head from last week, though, to be fair. Sometimes that's just what kind of makes this stuff a little bit harder for me. It's hard to know with some of the things they pull in these games. Yeah, they pull some really weird stuff for sure. And I try to like get ahead of them, but then I just like I can never predict how weird some of it is, I think. But that's one reason why I like it, to be honest. The only place that makes sense is here in Theatra Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. Oh. Von Karma's here!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francesca. I have here the security footage for both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at these contents.
Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. Nice. You move fast.
Yvonne Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep us retreating or keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
Nah. I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a life?
So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in there that we can use.
Me too, Kay. Which minute's footage should I examine? I almost feel like the cart that Larry is pushing is sus somehow, but I'm not sure why. Would it have Manny's body in it somehow? 22? Oh, here, sorry. It's giving me 3 separate minutes. The first one didn't have anybody. The second one had the old man. You know, it looks like Larry's, because I think the lumpiness of that cart is kind of suspicious. So let's look at 23. We'll save here. Nope. I want to look at the cart. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about that bulge. If only he had the pushcart itself. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Pushcart. Okay. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Phooey. There isn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cohen entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Investigation complete! Uh-oh. Ambassador Alba!
I thought I've asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, the same game can never be replayed again.
Says who, dude? What game is that?
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it is game over.
What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
No!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. That's why I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Oh, Plano's here.
Please, I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Plano. Even just a teensy tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist. I'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Plano.
Mr. Edgeworth,
All I wish for is this normalization of relationships between our two countries.
but there is one person standing in the way of that dream.
I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about?
I was overcome with regret for getting caught. Yeah, all of a sudden now I regret everything because I've been caught.
I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cohen.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
Oh, this really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even a atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cohen and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in the ball. That's my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it! I said hold it.
Was it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose.
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was to capture the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have that truth out. Let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
A rebuttal.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti. Oh, there it is. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primadew statues.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cohen and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it! Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. There it is. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved to be
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that one to the side for now.
Fucking get out of here. Damn it, I thought I was gonna get him.
Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cohen?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
Sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see if you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it! Nice. Are you serious that just because you were partners, that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in leagues with Mr. Cohen.
I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cohen.
You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cohen was his subordinate, right?
Correct. But I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember that the safe in Mr. Cohen's office, correct? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes. And why do you think these stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cohen's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Cohen didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cohen.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit! Confetti! Hold it! And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was the Master Second that made the first move?
Yes. And it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the primitive statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm very sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cohen, didn't you?
Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cohen was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal, and that is my alibi.
Hold it! Hold it! Nice. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cohen in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me...
The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in the ball. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
Bars. It would be wise not to underestimate the prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Cohen was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it.
The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder.
However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where the motive arose.
Okay, so now we're ready to present something, I guess? We've pressed everything. Let's go back through his... Anyway, sorry, Mr. Cohen and I were fellow smugglers. In that case, the motive I would have to kill my... What motive would I have? You get point. But to get the point, I was an alibist the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in the ball. That is my alibi. All I can think of is that... What do they say here? It's not like you're in case of my father where your word is going to do it. Don't know what their exact relationship was. So it's their selfishness somehow? What? What piece of evidence embodies selfishness? How is that? How is this still going to be some fountain spouts? How is that still going to be a piece of evidence? And the samurai dogs? And like, why is there so much of this still in here? Something that... Like counterfeit plates? They're selfish. Man, I don't know. God, this part is so convoluted. It's tough, man. Look at the little hand. We'll see. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. I guess I could have thought of that. So the logic here is that we need to present this. It's whodunit if you want to see who you had, who you picked, Papa. Just in case that helps at all. Boom, there you go. Yeah, there you go. See, you got Yatagarasu. Had it backwards. Yeah, there you go. It's all good. If you guys ever want to bring that up, by the way, you mods, it's how to whodunit, and that'll bring up that card. You guys can bring that up. There's also a how to Discord, how to commands, how to hangman, I think is also one of them. So yeah, you mods out there, if you ever find people asking that question or stumbling through it, feel free to pop that up. Alright, so yeah, we're showing off the note that Damask had in his hand for him to have stolen the statues, because that is like the reason that he would have then to be like, because then he would know Manny was trying to steal it, and that would make him mad, right, and break the trust. How to fix my life. Oh, I don't have that one, but you can just try exclamation point help, Papa. If you want to try that, that might help. That might do something for that. I should make how to fix my life also be part of my help command. But I have advice and help as a command. I always forget about that one. Try making a list. There you go. Try making a list, dude. That's funny. I guess that's good advice. It depends on the situation, I think, though. Okay, so let me go back. We have to go to the one where you said he doesn't have... Wait, what's the reason? Yeah, what motive? Save. Present. Note.
Objection! 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 Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cohen had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cohen's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of the Alabaster Primadew statue. This is an episode of The Bold and the Beautiful. Isn't that like a... That's a soap opera thing, right? I think you told me about that once. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me.
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait! What?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ah! Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Yeah, Soap, yeah. He has such an aggressive objection. He does.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Plano.
I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano.
We must find a way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there is no further objections in that case. Please allow me to return home.
Someone yelled at it. Who was it, Gumshoe or something? No, it's K.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
K.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Itagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
Oh, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Burn Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Burn Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. He has such an aggressive... Oh, I already read that, yeah. Ugh. The one in which he wrote about the Atagarasu's key. Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor who had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago.
Sorry, the prosecutor you had was killed. Did I say that right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an assuming little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? That's...
This thievery device was used by the Atagarasu, or rather, by my father.
All of a sudden, there's a breeze in there, and her like scarf is blowing in the wind.
7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Atagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it to Alabas right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, even ever the thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, you still can't let all of the info my father and Uncle Bat found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of the little thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. We'll come out on top in the end.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. Whoosh. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, if you all use all your power of Ambassador Palaneo's office, you won't stop me. Wait. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palaneo's office, you won't stop me.
Hey, Fartree, man, that's a name I have not seen in a long time. What's up, Fartree? How's it going? Welcome in. How are you?
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
The heat is on.
The last time I met with Mr. Cohen was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cohen again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience.
Yeah, hell yeah, objection! There you go. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence, understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me.
I know Mr. Cohen was killed before he returned to the ball.
In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
A rebuttal. Okay, so I gotta figure this out. The last time I met with Mr. Cohen was here at the Attribute Trials. I need to save here because I can only do one thing apparently. After that, I was in Alabasta for the rest of the time. I already stated earlier. In case I did not see Mr. Cohen again after that. Would it be on the first one? Because he's saying he saw him at the Attribute Trials, and then can I present? Oh, sweet, got the net. Cool. The cards somehow? Sorry, let me show you what I'm looking at, guys. This samurai pushed this to Alabasta from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Because this was in Theatre Neutral at one point. Security footage of the entranceways into a ball in Alabasta from the Theatre Neutralis. And I think I'm getting ahead of it. Remember the photo taken at Theatre Neutralis. The murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. I guess maybe this is it. This seems more like something we can really rope him in with here. Was here at the Theatre Neutralis, and the murder weapon is he had the murder weapon on him, so it's probably this, right? So we've saved, so we'll try this. Present. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cohen. I see you recognize it, as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Damn it. Almost had a gnat again, but he escaped my fingers. There's so many gnats in here, dude. Every time I find one, there's always another. It's like, how many are there? Like, and all together, where are they? Meaning that you killed Manny Cohen here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight. I gotta get out of here. We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately or innate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. Bro is speechless. Yeah, dude.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, it's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur.
Did I fuck up? Is that what happened?
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The court. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast as that. Oh, look who it is! It's Lang! Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Not so fast! Ling Z says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Okay. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Itagarasu protected?
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of a founder of You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Ling Z. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
No, now he's an old man again.
It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked. It looks like you're finally coming to grips with the new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? What a load of shit. We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. No! I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us. What is this, like his third form?
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring.
Almost went Super Saiyan. Yeah, you almost did, dude. They just need Krillin to die. Then you'll really go Super Saiyan.
Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cohen in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't the body discovered in the ball? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Dying holds no weight in DBZ when they just get brought back all the time, right? Yeah, storytelling wise, yeah, I totally get it. I was just trying to make a joke about how that's how Goku goes Super Saiyan usually when Krillin gets hurt or dies. That's when he goes into the next Saiyan level. It's almost like a meme.
I killed Mr. Cohen in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cohen's body was discovered in Babal, right? There was no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Alright, well, I know what I'm doing. It's the transporting thing, and it's the cart, right? That seems obvious.
Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of this embassy, and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. All right. What are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. It's not like I actually have a pair of handcuffs.
I killed Mr. Cohen in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
I think I can go ahead and press everything he says now.
Hold it!
Cockpit! Hold it! Nice. Going for cockpit. That's right. As I explained earlier. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me.
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
I wish they were this.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used in one of your national the weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cohen's murder onto one of your subordinates.
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Hold it! Hold it! Confetti!
Hold it!
Nice. You still wish to deny your actions.
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I am not in denial.
Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer an ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait! For the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress. Besides, Mr. Cohen's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Hold it!
Hold it!
Nice. Even if he was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold on, Agent Link. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence.
I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad. I thought, although I'm no longer an ambassador, I still could have been an international incident. It still could have been an international incident. Actually, if you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There was no way for me to have transported the body from this theater to Babal.
Hold it! Hold it! Confetti. Spaghetti. Cockpit. Brown Betty. Alright, fuck Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if anyone acted unnatural. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act natural.
If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint of solving his case. Of this case.
Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
Okay, so I think what I need to do, let me save, is present the cart on the final statement here. So present. Oh, he couldn't have transported it. It's like, yeah, he could have, bro. In his push cart, right? Right?
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. The slump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth of the pushcart. Oh, what's the cause of it? What, Manny's dead body? I assume we use the details of his body. Alright, let me save just in case this isn't right. Take that! Fake cat! Blah blah. Blah blah. Blah blah. Alright, sometimes that worked last week.
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cohen's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is my hypothesis. However,
if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
oh, look who it is!
Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Fuck yeah, Gumshoe to save the day. I love you, Gumshoe. I love you, big guy. Thanks for coming with all the evidence that we need right when we need it, buddy.
What?
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Did I get the... I think I got the gnat. Oh shit, I pushed him like into my pop filter. Oh no. Now I got dead gnat here. Okay, I got him out.
Gummy to the rescue.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left me with.
Wait.
The detective spirit that Pops left me with.
By Pops, he means Detective Bad.
I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective.
But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast.
Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there on the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
So that's why it's missing the little guitar pick thing, because that's going to say that in the picture it's also missing it, so that means that the murder happened before the picture was taken. I'm going to assume that that's part of what we're doing here, but anyways, we're looking at the car now. Oh shit, there's blood! Blood!
It's blood.
This must be Mr. Cohen's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cohen's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cohen at this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. But wouldn't the body have taken a shit and then Larry would have smelled that?
I forced him to move the body into Alabast.
What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you can keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how you move the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Miles Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right?
The Primedu statue was smuggled successfully through the brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer for how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic loss somewhere I can exploit.
Movements in Alabast. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Atagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about a meeting with me in your office.
Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again.
Why is it so slow?
I do so hate to waste time, but I do talk very slowly sometimes just to waste time.
What?
You. Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. A rebuttal. After I returned to Alabas, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti.
Hold it!
There we go. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow! So you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
No, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? It's probably bad on the back, you know?
He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. Oh, there we go. That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose I set it up? You really want to know? I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. No, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You! What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Nah. Very well then. Let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti.
Hold it!
There we go. And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name is Damask II.
Who cares what it's called? By the time we got to the primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Oh, fucking go for it, Francie. Damn!
Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now.
Eek! I think the scary part is her silence when she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well.
But physical attacks are meaningless here. It's not the type of video game. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir!
Mr. Edgeworth!
Even after providing so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end?
Another hold it. It appears that we made it just in time. I don't know who this is. Oh, holy shit. What? What, dude? Alright, I think this is the perfect time for me to use the restroom really quick, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back here in a couple minutes. But what is going on here? It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Oh man, this is funny. Alright, I gotta go to the restroom real quick, guys, but we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So yeah, don't go away, man. We'll see what happens. Everybody's showing up here. Exactly.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it. Damn it.
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence.
Damn it, Diddle Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence.
Damn it, Diddle Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit. Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. complete silence.
Damn it, Jill Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa!
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami.
If I don't get the boy that I want, I'm fucking leaving, okay? I'll be writing a strongly worded letter to the city to let them know that you treat your customers like absolute garbage. I cannot stand this.
Monday, Half-Life Alex.
Damn it! I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, dude. I don't think I can do it. Damn it! Damn it!
Tuesday, Amori.
No. It didn't even like grab me. It just overlapped me. So it's like I'm on the back of its hand now. Holy shit! Look how afraid we are. Afraid is a new like emotion.
Wednesday, Shipbreaker.
Easy now. Easy now. I need complete silence.
Damn it, Jill Dandon!
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Eureka! Eureka! Shamika! Papika! Ripa! Hell, Crispy, I hope we do see Pearl next. That would be awesome. I want to see Pearls again so bad. That would be just delightful. I mean, look, he's got his little baby there with him. What if that was Pearl somehow? And somehow Pearls was the baby samurai. Wouldn't that be crazy? All right, we're back, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you guys for sticking around. Hopefully everybody's having a good night. You know, shout out to everybody who's hanging out. Shout out to you lurkers. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. All right, let's continue on. See what craziness comes with Larry helping us. Larry and fucking Old Bag. Here we go. Well, how can you help?
It would be our great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Boo!
The two people I wanted to see the least.
Larry!
What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai sword.
Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
I love Old Bag. She's such a great character. We got Domm Pu with just a capital P if you want to use the Old Bag emote. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Domm. Here it is.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked?
So that's where the guitar pick got wet from?
Oh, yeah. I found him in the ball, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we... Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabas the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. That means that there's a pool that's connected to the pool that's in the Rose Garden as well, right?
The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries.
The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is... bilateral symmetry.
Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind.
Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cohen's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. It needs to be right here. It's probably right underneath that newly constructed stage, right? It was actually like a pool, because it's like a round stage. So if it's symmetrical, then it would be right here, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter. Now, what should you do? It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth. Let me switch to my cell phone voice here.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cohen's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two countries are connected.
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned infant.
This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but It's kind of unlikely that the doll just happened to have passed through into the ball. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
He has a point.
yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He's realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along.
In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Cohen's body was found in his office in the ball. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Halba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it is possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that he swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like our hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
Nah.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
Well, see, that's the thing, is like they're saying like there's too much water, she would drown. It's like, well, there was a fire, and apparently they used the water in the fountain to put out fires, and the fountain had to refill itself. So that must be like the opening they had. Maybe they set the fire just so that they would get the water level to lower. Maybe.
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water. Aha! That's it!
Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Okay, now I gotta use a piece of evidence for that. Which should be the fires in Babal, I guess. Save that.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Fake cat!
Alright, fuck it. Tonight, Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the fire was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that out, that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
Because it would turn into a pit, right? She would have to wait for it to fill back up to get back up.
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already.
It's because it fills back up, I guess. Do you think they, like, planted the body? They went down there, planted the body, and then left. And then the body floated to the top when it refilled, and then they opened the reservoir and then took the body out? I mean, there was 2 fires, so that might be part of it.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to the ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that would be the way the body was moved.
This was used so that the body and Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. I guess they want me to put the spouts, the water spouts, that fill it back up.
The fountain spouts.
Take that! Fake cat! Bake bat! Fake hat! Alright, fuck it. Take that! Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion, all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cohen's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come. Then, he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cohen's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in the ball. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the 2 pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabas to Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cohen's body. And what wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty?
What does this old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along.
The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pools connecting the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route.
This was another thing that was smuggled over to the Babal open-air stage area. Okay, so there's two things that this could be indicating. We could either present the knife itself, because that's kind of what we're getting at, and I think that's what it wants, and then we'll show the pedal, which is the pick or whatever, because it was found over there. But I think what we're saying is it was the knife. So I'm going to go with the knife first. Take that! This is one of those, do I present the banana or the picture of the banana moments? Take that! Take that! Baked bat. Fake cat. Lake lat. Fuck you. Come on, dude. Take that already! This is the defining evidence. This is the defining piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis. I don't think it proves a single thing. Okay, so they did want the actual banana, not the picture of the banana. Got it.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babali side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how this is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to. Okay, see, now they want me to show the murder weapon. Okay. Take that! Fake cat! Bake bat! Dang it. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cohen. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. Boom!
It's a perfect fit!
I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cohen's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cohen's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babalese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden pool on through into the Babal. Impossible! The people of Zinc 5 have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning.
when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see it's justice because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. Damn it. Fucking, there's always another net. Fucking fuck.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. God, how many times are you gonna fucking testify, dude? Like, seriously, how long can they drag that out?
This really will be the end of the line.
Will it, though? Okay, now we're finally in the very last section of the game. God, I wanted to finish this tonight, but this game always fucking does this to me, dude, where it just stretches the end out forever. Okay, it is. Okay, I verified this truly is the last testimony. And then it's all the resolution. Okay, so this is the boss fight, if you will. All right, here we go. No, let me flip it back. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there is anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cohen.
Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me.
The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
The Steel Samurai show.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It was the Steel Samurai who was cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl?
She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her?
Her name is Kay Faraday. She's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
Yes, okay. I'm Larry Buds. Silence in the peanut gallery. There is no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I think I just got hard.
I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have no fear, I will finish the job.
This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
We in the end game now, baby.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience.
Oh, let's save first.
Hold it! Hold it! Cockpit. Confetti.
There we go. The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. So I gave up all the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my. Well, aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. Wait, this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen.
In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it! Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty.
There it is. Are you admitting, then, that you have no way of proving it, us that you were watching?
Quiet. You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
Hold it! Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. Hold it!
Alright, tried. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
that's nice.
That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene in today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Now that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? Huh, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves?
That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the samurai spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not?
No, it wasn't, because he didn't use the samurai spear, right? Because he bent it, so he made up his own move? So he didn't know what happened in the show?
If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the scenes was of the never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it! Cockpit.
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today.
And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he wants the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there is no escape for him.
Yeah! We'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move. And the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I will never forget them.
Hold it!
cockpit, confetti, spaghetti, brown Betty. Damn.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed. What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate.
Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt. That's all. And allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then, yes.
Phoenix, there you are. We have to get to investigating.
Hey, what's up, Stella? Welcome in.
And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang.
Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show.
He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess.
Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad? No, don't tell me. It was you who thought up that special move.
Yup. Now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was subtle breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right.
How can you forget a move you came up with?
The final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Cohen, he should not have had time to do so.
Better late than never. Hope you are all good. I'm okay, but super sleepy. Had 3 doctor's appointments today, and they stole your blood. Oh, those sons of bitches are gonna make clones of you now, Stella. Oh God. You know, I don't want to say it, but it might be aliens. I think they stole your blood because they're aliens, and they want to make clones of you, Stella. You can have a whole Stella army coming to take over. Well, we're glad to have you here, Stella. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. I watched from the last row on the stage. So I gotta point something out here. This has got to be it. So let me save this. I think the spear evidence might have the detail we need here. Yeah, early summer rain jab. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. So we're going to present that here. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear? What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me.
I'd be okay with clones of me only because hopefully they would be nice and would the world could use more nice people. Hey, there you go. That's the best answer you could have come up with right there. Nice. Perfect response, Stella. 10 out of 10. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. You talking about me, dude? Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
No. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, the last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used.
Kirkus Alba. You didn't want even a single minute of your... Sorry. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Son of a bitch. You're good. Ha! So if he wasn't watching this show tonight...
Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cohen instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer, now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show. Or most of it, in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that's when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever! I had to pee so bad during that, but I still stayed. You're no fan. Wait, he said hold it? Kay's like, what?
Who was that just now?
It was Larry in his helmet.
It would be I, young lady!
Larry! What are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy! Just hold for a second, I beg! You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, Bill?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cohen.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such a praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait, it was a secret?
Larry, wait. What did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, he threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. It's kind of how we decided to name the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
That means that he went in there to get the card, right? That's how we're gonna connect it. That's how he saw it.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
So basically, you because we changed the move to the Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art.
Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen. And from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to this case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show. Oh, damn, also he's switching. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Kirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself. The name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said out loud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out about the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Kirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it, you asked about it, you thought it up. You thought it up, of course. No, obviously you saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. You couldn't have simply gone up to the staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. Or I guess that you thought it up yourself, but you probably saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and Mr. Cohen's murder. It's the cards. Pretty sure that's what we're talking about. Take that! Take that! Take that! Fuck you, game.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. You gotta say, murderer style. Here, I got you. There you go. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant, in the last scene of the show. God, so Manny Cohen's body was out there for the final scene. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Seal Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely. Ugh.
Oh, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with a pushcart.
Correct. And it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be an ideal location for the murder of Manny Cohen. Kirkus Alba, During the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! It's like, hold on there, dude. Yeah, there you go. Now you guys get it. Hell yeah. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is that to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. In an embassy that you work at? I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk. You still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
Nah, I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps.
Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure we'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may learn something from a recreation.
I don't think we're going to be able to do any of that.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie? How could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walked away a free man. If there's no other course of action left in this, or is there no course of action left?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you would excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who said it this time?
Who is it this time?
Hold back and say it.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
For Solarian, now you.
What is it with that scary monster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. They're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust. I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right this instant?
Hold back. Exactly.
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this...
It's...
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo, here. Go on and eat one and you'll feel as right as rain.
How are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy boo! Tell me you understand the depth of this lady's love for you? I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. A thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed and the nice full one day and the dream to serve some made food. And I mean, isn't the desire to every woman to make us hungry? And that what Time Goer used to say, the ingredient to threw in front of me? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her?
Is there no power on Earth that can force that woman into silence?
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs play me for a fool. Had a special design on its fan, like a Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it?
Oh, the jab. Yeah, she's ready to stab somebody.
I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled up on the dressing room floor.
However, there was no such thing as a rising sun dog. Is it blood that made the red circle? This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may just be what we need to point us in the right direction.
A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them onto the pushcart just to move them all. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cohen at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
It's time to piece together the final pieces of this logic puzzle. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Alright, we got samurai dogs, body in the pushcart.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within it first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the floor of the dressing room were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer.
Alright, rising sun dogs and remove samurai dogs removed.
That's what should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it.
It's gonna be blood on. That'd be crazy for it to be blood. Yeah, if you've noticed, Fart, you don't have any guesses left, bud. Wendy Oldbag. It's me, thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I thank you.
Oh,
What you have given to me is truly something very special.
edgy boo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cohen in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That's arrogance. That's self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the things you need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put this old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course.
Bumping, 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 bumping.
This box of samurai dogs with the rising sun pen on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. How lucky would it be for it to fall there?
What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you. Get this down to the lab, pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reasons will become obvious. Larry, you said you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son. You know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what are the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto the box. Voice acting makes me happy on Thursday. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Hell yeah. It makes me happy too. I think it's a lot of fun. I feel like I'm really getting comfortable in this game with all the characters that we're going to have to like meet a bunch of new characters next week. So that'll be gone. But definitely right now I feel like I got a pretty good grip on everybody's in here. So it's a lot of fun.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal! I received it from myself!
Kirkus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How? How can he be so self-confident? And a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cohen, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And? You say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs! Report! What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this, Kirkus Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cohen's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
What if it ends up being Alba's blood?
But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it? Yeah, that's...
Yeah, he has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless?
That can't be. We were so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Did the forensics guy say that?
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me!
Oh, it's the forensics guy?
Well, why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir! That blood I mentioned. It's not the same blood type of the victim's blood. What?
No.
What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need to remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy.
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, that's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone prepared the samurai dogs, had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on this red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Kirkus Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such filthy word again. I've wasted enough of my time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have my satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do?
I think he's talking about Phoenix, guys.
Turn it around. That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto a box like this. And if I think about it that way, If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there was only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. I'll be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom, like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Kirkus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings were clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence.
Hey! Earth and Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know it's not the victim's blood. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that it is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. And I'm assuming he means it's Alba, right? And that places him in there. Take that! Take that! I'm not even gonna play with this time. That one's never worked tonight, dude. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cohen's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Then there's only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Cohen was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cohen had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cohen managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
Did he have the bandage in that picture? Because he showed us this. But did the picture say, like, when? No, we don't see it in the picture. So maybe it must just be that his wound, right? Claims it's proof he was stabbed by Damas II, so it was justified defense. Alright, let me try presenting this. Take that! Okay. Take that! Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damas II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You all want to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, you think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something.
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cohen, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
Ah, this theater has packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come up into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Oh, I know what it could be.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Albastian knife in the bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove what the other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cohen stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
But I will. With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cohen's brought a weapon into the theater. It is the key, because the key switches from a key to a weapon. A lot of people don't know that. But it's this knife, Itagras's key.
Take that! Fake cat. Big bat.
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key.
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique, in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You could dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back into Mr. Cohen's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. Was that Big Bat? Yep. Yes, it was. I just tried to change the first letter, basically. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cohen. In order to make it look like Mr. Cohen died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened the office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Kirkus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine! All of you. Especially Manny Cohen. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as an ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die, while bearing the guilt for all the crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Utagarasu's card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader, who was killed by the Utagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors and that stupid dog.
And everybody's like, what dog are you talking about? Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's our Alabast. Wait. This country or Alabasts. Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Scooby-Doo, yeah, you know it. Phoenix, dude, there you go, Crispy. What the fuck is happening to him, dude? Is he turning into a tree? Oh, he just dries up. What the fuck, dude? That was crazy. I feel like if there was a Scooby-Doo in this situation, I think it would be Gumshoe.
Ruh-roh. What's up, Ral?
You know what I mean? March 17th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Phew, this is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francesca's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Ugh, I don't even want to think what that would be like.
Gummy Doo, yeah, there you go. Alba forgot to drink water. Yeah, apparently, yeah.
I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted to the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I give my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Melee was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Oh, I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. I'm trying, though.
What is it, Detective?
Oh, nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano's group various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cohen. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU in Dead Man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace.
By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Plano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Plano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he is a treasure, you just seem all that interested. Is this K?
Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Oh, who is it? My lovely assistant K? Who is it?
But wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir.
Who was that was talking? Was that Kay or was it? I think it was Kay. I don't know who else it would have been.
Actually, come to think of it, where's Kay? How come she's still not here?
Yeah, there she is. Okay, I thought it was her. Just fucking around.
Hey, you've got to be more alert than that.
Ugh!
I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
Oh, that's why it was question marks, because she was trying to act like Edgeworth was saying that. Got it. Yeah, okay. That confused me as the player, like hardcore.
I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was you.
Yeah, Kay's assistant is herself. Right, yeah. It's because she was trying to act like she was Edgeworth, and that's really hard to come across, like, without telling me first, you know what I mean?
Ling Zi says, a ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, I'm pleasantly surprised to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that's something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all of the counterfeit bills. Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks.
Wow! I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't neglected Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough, because I'm going to go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. It's like, let's not go overboard. Come on now. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate... Oh, shit. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to the end of to have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that it is all we prosecutors are, and that is because... Even though I've only written... Damn it. Come on, fucking shit. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rise. God damn it, I missed most of that. Like, why can't I just have control? Like, what was the point of not letting me control the speed of that text? I don't understand it sometimes, dude. Alright, GG's, we got to the end.
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFlight jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Oh, jeez. All right.
Edgewood? That rudeness. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I own the prima statue of the Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador Planejo was most generous.
No, you sold him the fake one? That's funny. And I was able to stay up and watch. Yeah!
We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought it was safe since I found the gun I had dropped. But I had noticed that I dropped my police badge, too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir! I think I'll go into the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man.
Oh, we get some Emma? This is the only time we saw Emma. It was the only time!
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it in a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need help and I can give him scientifically.
Fucking hell, we only got to see Emma for like a second. That sucks. I've been hoping to see Emma so much. Emma's cute. She is. I love that she's like a scientist too. I love how dedicated she is to her work.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is this cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes. He's just like that prosecutor. Oh, stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
She just falls in love with every guy she sees. Just pushes that guy over.
I'm here, sir. It appears there is all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
How silly would that be, dude? It's gonna be Maggie this time.
Phew! I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
She's just always got a new job every time we get to see her.
Why not come to Cadopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of our own, and then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. There will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to win this case help in creating our latest attraction. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun, I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really. Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen that guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs.
Why do they not just say Phoenix's name? The guy in the blue suit. It's fucking Phoenix Wright, dude. Why do they avoid names in this game? It's weird. I get when the Edward just says him or something because there's like an emotional reason for that, right?
Today I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be next boss or whatever. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Ling Zi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes the wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Maybe old bag.
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgipoo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him, and when it's a creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then it was a pink justice, and then I'm stylish and have a head around, although I wear another costume or something, even that just sounds like...
Oh my god, I can never read that, dude. I guess that was it? Oh, here we go. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
Whoop, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Albert's face when he revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, we've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francesca and Agent Lang.
So, what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Phew, what a relief.
Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, you are still planning to become a great thief.
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
Like Charlie's Angels, huh?
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the two other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truth that have been hidden away. And smell my finger. I'm going to work extra hard to make the world where the Yataka roster isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay! Keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us.
Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. What a fun picture. And it's like, no, stop that. Don't grab until you jab it. Oh, son of a bitch. And that's the actual end. There it is. Now it says new gamer continue at the bottom. There we go. We're done, guys. Boom! All right, and it's definitely time to raid out. We're gonna be raiding into Papa, guys. So I appreciate you guys for sticking around through that credits and everything.
Oh, you nailed it, man.
Hell yeah, I did. And speaking of Papa, we'll be over there. Thank you, Crispy. Let's pop on over to the chat scene. Get that ending music. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. All right. So thanks for hanging out with me, guys. We'll be raiding over to Papa here in just a second. So we're almost done with the end of the week. We got Yakuza tomorrow, so we'll be playing Yakuza Kiwami. That'll be part 3 of that for me. And then Sunday, don't forget, on Sunday, Strange Planet Sunday, this week is going to be Aaron and I will be playing It Takes Two. So I hope you guys will come by and join us for that. I'll shed a tear. Okay, good. That's good. All right, but without further ado, I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to make this short and sweet. We are going to go ahead and raid into Papa. So let's do it. Here's the raid message. All right, starting that raid. Here we go. All right, thank you guys for jumping in on the raid. I appreciate that. And yeah, again, thanks to everybody for hanging out. I know all you lurkers are out there. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you have a good night as well. And yeah, thank you to Crispy, Stella, Fartree, everybody who chatted today. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. See you, Dom, and chat. Yeah, we'll see you guys later. You guys have a good night. So until I see you next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for some Yakuza Kiwami. All right? It's going to be a long one. It's Friday. All right. See you guys. Have a good night. Have fun with Papa. Tell Papa I said hi, because I got to go to the restroom. So it's going to be a minute before I come in there. All right. Bye, guys. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you.